Alrighty. I'm hoping I don't accidentally switch to difficulty again.
I won't stand for it.
Let me see. Difficulty. Okay, it's still daring. 4. Let's blast
Who,
them.
if not me. Another enemy down.
Well, at least I got one of them.
As the Emperor commands. I'll do it. I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
High momentum.
Accept your lot.
Faith without deed, each strike is a prayer. Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, this is why I was chosen. I refuse.
Nice. Bitch, please.
Follow my lead. At your beck and call. I will do my duty. I'm not interested.
Anything else? No can do. Was that you? Or
I need
On
you
it.
to be more.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
I refuse. I'll see to it personally.
Damn.
I'll make it happen. On it.
High momentum.
In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave. Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it. This is unacceptable. As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless. That is not the Emperor's will.
Victory is imminent. I've seen worse battles than this in my time. Someone else can do this. At your beck and call.
Anything else?
Pain cleanses the body.
Who even taught you to fight like this?
My gut tells me it's a bad idea.
I'll do it.
Such is their will. Will do.
I will endure. God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. Let me tend to your wounds.
Thank you.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
I'll brush this off. I'll see to it personally.
I will not.
It's as good as done. You should have thought twice before crossing me.
The whispers called to me. Was that you?
Sacrifice will forge our way to victory.
I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak.
I'll see to it personally. Consider this a taste of what's to come. Don't you die on me now. Just need to tough it out.
Gotta reload. That was so almost close. But my Doomass decided to kill my Seneschal.
I'll make it happen. You never stood a chance. I won't compromise my principles.
I'll do it. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. Faith without deeds is worthless. Guided by faith. As the Emperor commands, eradicated.
High momentum.
I am his will made manifest. I'll do it. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak. This is unacceptable. It's nothing.
It will be done. At your beck and call. It will be done.
High momentum.
But of course. Anything else?
This is why I was chosen.
My God, you missed everything, lady.
As the Emperor commands, I act. The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. I'll do it. I bring ruin.
I serve the ruinous powers!
Who, if not me?
Damn it.
It's as good as done.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Damn it.
Just a minor setback.
That is not my destiny. Not the Scryer's job. On it. Ah! I'm not so sure. Will do.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Another enemy down.
Okay, good. That's what I wanted. Right, I have enough energy to do
I'll
this.
see to it personally. On it.
I'll do it.
Oh, my ears are ringing.
Emperor, protect the fallen.
Anything else? But of course. No can do. Ah!
Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act.
I don't need luck. I have strategy. I'll make it happen. Who, if not me?
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Hold on! Stay with us!
Stop mocking me. Anything else?
Don't you dare leave us now!
Yeah. I don't know how to equip grenades. It'd be better if I equip better grenades.
I'll see to it personally.
Nope, 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 nope. Need a redo. Redo. I'm gonna have to save scum this. The best outcome for this match. And getting two eating the living shit out of me. And there we go.
It's as good as done. You never stood a chance. I'll make it happen.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
I don't usually like save scumming, but this is unacceptable.
On it. Another enemy down. I'll see to it personally.
Doubt is for the weak. Each strike is a prayer.
Death to non-believers!
Brace yourself, Abelard. The healing is much appreciated. I'd rather not. That's not the Seneschal's job. My place is at the fore. Victory is imminent.
Stop it!
High momentum.
That is not my destiny. On it. What an unfortunate turn of fate. Anything else? Was that you? Or...
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Such is the will of chaos!
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Chaos guides me.
I won't stand for it. I'll make it happen. I refuse.
Indeed.
It's as good as done.
shields me!
Just a minor setback. Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. I will do my duty.
My prescience has failed me. Will do.
Blessed be the hand of the healer. In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave. Faith without deeds.
I've suffered worse.
I'll do it. That is not the Emperor's will. As the Emperor commands, this is why I was chosen. Doubt is for the weak.
Oh my god.
I won't compromise my principles.
Pain cleanses the body.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
High momentum.
But of course. Not the Scryer's job. Anything else?
It's nothing. Be strong. Greater trials lie ahead.
Just in time.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
I'll make it happen.
I'll do it.
Conservative tactics.
Blessed are those who sacrifice for the Imperium.
Why did I not foresee this? Was that you? Or... On it!
Faith without deeds is worthless. I refuse.
I'll see to it personally. I won't stand for it. Taking calculated risk is my second nature. On it. I'll see to it personally.
They who discern the future own the battlefield. Will do. My prescience has failed me. But of course,
I will endure. As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak.
Temporary setback. My gut tells me it's a bad idea. It's as good as done. I'll make it happen.
can I fall back now? So that's what that feeling was about. I feel cold. Was that you? Or will do?
From the ashes, I will rise. I'll do it. This is unacceptable. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. None can escape
thank
the
God.
Emperor's judgment.
More fellowship. I get be smart. Bloody mess. More crit. If there's a crit hit, there's a 10% chance of doubling the damage. On. I need level 9 for this, and I want to get this. Alright, I'm gonna go with be smart. Got disarm, and then I should get an under 40% room. Imperial World character gain a 2% goal to resolve. Maybe in my part. Maybe it's an offensive one I should get. Reckless Fury. Oh, I need to get Reckless Strike. How do I get Reckless Strike? Ramming Speed. Maybe that one. Maybe I actually get thick skin. Thick skin for now. Make you tougher. Oh, a weak heart. Weapon Lilo seems good. Audacity. Fortress. Rapid fire. Carnage. Maybe I should get a combat medic. Combat master. Superior. Well, you're not using melee right now. Grenadier. Although I do... Litany of Purity. Warham. I might get actually rapid reload. I'm gonna go more ballistic. I'll go more ballistic. And rapid reload.
I always keep my options open. Rush not dawdle.
The air. Rivor, Master Helmsman, systems status report.
By the Emperor, it's the Seneschal. Living and breathing. Well, there's a tricky question. The old place is so overgrown with foul wickedry. We'll be scrubbing it off the vid screens for throne knows how long.
Right now I do care about the people, but right now we need to get the hell out of the warp. So the words seem to knock the officers out of their stupor and the air around, but you feel the voices and command being issued. You hear everybody sobbing, one of the survivors bucking under the stress. Abalor clenches and crying officers without even looking.
Restore the Vox channel to the Navigator's Sanctum. Ready the crew. Prepare for translation to real space.
How
You
did
may call me superstitious, but translation is not a good time to disregard rules. You are the only one who speaks for House von Valancius. You may not be the Lord Captain, but you, more than anyone else, deserve to take her place in the ritual that is about to commence.
How did your people survive in here?
Must have been Providence. It better have been the Emperor's, not someone else's. When they barged in here, the ones with the Master of Whispers, some officers charged them. But it wasn't even a fight. I grabbed whoever I could and dragged them behind cogitators. Then, I prayed for our rescue.
What must I do?
Take the Lord Captain's seat. Order the final preparations. Wait for the officers to report and... blast it all to the void! Translation is a craft, not something to be explained in a tick. Just go up to the throne, Master. These people are about to do the impossible. The least they deserve is the solace of seeing a figure sitting in the usual spot.
Alright, I'm ready for the ritual. Theodore, the image before you is hazy, swaying, and sorcery's current. The image before you, hazy, swaying, is a sorcerous current, invisible to the mortal eye, as if whatever is beneath this thin shell. And the shell is constantly changing while still remaining the same. It has taken on the guise of Theodora, but the false rogue trader's eyes reveal the entity's true surreal nature. One of Theodora's eyes is engulfed in otherworldly flame, and the other a vessel of ancient evil, boring into you. A voice seeps directly into your brain without ever reaching your ears, and the voice booms with all the horror of the war.
Mortal, who are you to oppose the very flows of fate? It matters not. Your footfalls are an echo of the sand pouring between the scales. Your hopes and faith are my mockery.
I have already resisted the temptation of the warp once. Whatever you are, you will not cloud my mind with a new illusion.
Resisting the inevitable means only that realization and submission will bring greater torment. There is no power that can hinder the flows of fate.
The aspirant vowed to return with a trophy, a relic that could serve the edge of daybreak. That fate was assured, and the steps chosen. And yet, you broke the unbreakable when you took the aspirant's place. I see you. On the day when the final dawn rises over the Iron World, I see you by my side on that day. The day of my resurrection.
Your image is woven into the tapestry of things to come. I am the will of the weaver of destinies, and today I I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. The thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. The thread that will help you find the keys to salvation. The thread that will guide you and the weapon of our return to me.
The path is set, child of the dawn. The thread is woven. Follow it, servant of mine.
Seneschal. The Navigator's sanctum is silent. The Vox signal is stable, which means...
The Navigator gave his life battling the storm that nearly claimed the Von Valancius flagship. We will honor his memory, along with that of all who died this day.
Seneschal, will you tell us now? Who is that? Where's the Lord Cap...
As First Officer, it is my duty to inform you, with the greatest regret and indelible sorrow, that Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius is dead. May her memory never fade from the annals of the dynasty. By right of blood succession, and with the absence of other kin who could challenge this decision,
I am not refusing this.
It is hereby declared that the successor to Theodora von Valancius is her heir, the rightful inheritor of the warrant of trade, and the title of Rogue Trader. The official ascension ceremony will be held at a later time. In the interim, have you lost your tongues? Hail your lord. It is because of his toils that we all still live. The deed is done, Master. My apologies. I meant to say Lord Captain.
treachery of the Master of Whispers was fruitless, but victory came at a great cost. Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius perished along with her heir, Edelthrad, and thousands of crew members. Yet hope remained, for the second in line to the rogue trader dynasty survived. To hang the ancestral banners once again, and exact vengeance on the enemies of House von Valancius and humanity.
Well, there you are, your lord. You have us worried for a few hours there. Elord offers a thin smile. But after witnessing your fearless rush into the fray, on deck, the only thing that surprises me is now how long you stay on your feet. Your strength only find left you once the fight is all over. Such fortitude is most admirable, my lord captain. You must now hold your first officer's briefing in your new role as lord captain. For many of those who are about to join us on the bridge, this is also their first briefing. We've sustained heavy losses amongst the seniors and mid-ranking officers. Some posts have had to be filled by deputies, while others go unfulfilled entirely. And now the deck clans are deciding who will take over the leaderless crew. What isn't the committee? Have you succeeded in... Wait. What is on the agenda for this meeting? The reports on the condition of the ship and crew. The Lord Captain is not usually drawn away from her important affairs to attend such routine briefings, but this is a unique situation. I am still receiving updates from across the ship, and they are not encouraging. Getting this bird to fly can take a gargantuan effort, even so far as you're personally negotiating with the authorities of the system. We are currently so prepared to hear a bevy of complaints and excuses, your lordship. Take this opportunity to get a look around at the officers who work 6 decks away from the bridge, and they in turn will have the honor of beholding the visage of the Lord Captain. How did we come to lose so many officers? It appears the heretics were deliberately targeting the vessel's command. They knew exactly whom they were looking for and where they could be found. But this is unsurprising, given that their informant on board was our own Master of Whispers. Premises? We don't have time for that right now, and I'm not doing that. All right. With a gesture, Abelard relays the order to the adjutants at the far end of the magnificent chamber. A dozen pair of eyes bore into you, the expression revealing restraint, joy, curiosity, and weariness. Attention, officers, you have been granted an honor. Lord Captain Draciel von Valacia will personally conduct today's briefing. Our most gracious Lord Captain is ready to hear your report. Perhaps you would introduce those present, Abelor? As you wish, your lord. Yep. Abelor points to the tall, slender woman whose body seems to contain as many implants as it does flesh. Varus of Sir Ote of the Toman line is our Vox Master. The Vox Master Vegdris. It is an honor to serve your lordship. The Vox Master offers a deep bow. Aboard this vessel, you have at your command thousands of crew members and hundreds of officers and section chiefs. I am responsible for receiving, proceeding, and sending all communications between you and them. So well in external sources as well as external sources. I am your eyes and mouth, Lord Captain. Besides her is Rav, the master helmsman. He steers our ship along the course set by Lord Captain and monitors the void around us to ensure that we do not stray into a astrofield or pirates. The bearded man with pale, almost translucent skin, large dark circles under his eyes, and a dour expression that seems hardwired into his face, gives a sullen Lord Captain. This here ship's as good as home to me, as rest assured she is safe hands. I die before I let her come to any grief. And lastly, our high Factorius Juris Doncrook, who oversees supplies, procurement, and general materials well-being of the ship. Dressed in a embroidered jacket, a heavy-set man with oil hair offers an Eurus smile and bows. It is an honor, your lordship. You may trust me with all matters concerning your comfort. Everything will be done to the highest standard. In the second row, we have the three officers in charge with. In the second row, we have the three officers in charge of overseeing the ship's vital function. The master of ornaments is responsible for artillery aboard. The Infernus Master, whose crew works to prevent and extinguish flames on the ship, and lastly, the Drive Master, servant of the Omnissiah. The three officers salute you. The Infernus Master does with confidence, while the Master of Ordnance betrays nervousness. The Drive Master offers a salute resembling a dance involving the complicated manipulation of all the Tex Priest's mechanisms. Is that everyone? Unfortunately, our choir master, the esteemed Zacharias Weiss, head of the Astropath section, is unable to join us. He is in charge of communications with distant star system. Master Weiss has been in a trance for some time now, attempting to contact other planets in the Von Valencian and Protectorate and inform them of the Lady Theodora's passing and Coon-Red Vulcan's treachery. I will deliver a report to your lordship on the Astral Path's progress as soon as it is possible to do so. It is equally regrettable that 2 more individuals worth of mention will not be joining the briefing. The Weapon Master and Confessor Adalbert. The imminent Adalbert must see to the funeral service held for the fallen officers, of whom there are too many for him to take leave from the chapel, and Mistress Steinbach, who has replaced her late predecessor as Master of Arms, is currently leading the search for surviving agents of Volkritz. All these present are adjutants, secretaries, and deputies. They are here to make a good record of proceedings. I wish to hear the Infernus Master's report. Yes, Lord Captain. The tall man bows his head in deference. I can report that all fires across all decks have now been extinguished. The preliminary damage assessment I can, in terms of material losses and crew casualties, has been completed. The results have been submitted to the Seneschal and the High Factorium. The post passed to him from the previous Infernus Master, and the next 3 deputies expired in the line of duty. Avalor marks in a low voice pitched from your ears. The lad is managing well so far. He can take the pissed, so to speak. High Factorium, what have you to report? We are toiling day and night to compile a full account of the losses. The task will require next to no effort from your lordship. I will personally ensure that all damaged components are given into the tech priest's hands for attention, and that all lost supplies are replaced. And there is only one resource that I cannot relinquish single-handedly, and that is people. We have lost more than 2,000 crew members, and unfortunately this number is not confined to the scum from the lower deck, which is easily replaced, but also includes trained professionals. We will be able to make up our losses on the nearest planet, Rankid Minoris. However, the whole system is far, in fact, belonging to Winterscare's rogue trader dynasty. We cannot simply begin recruiting on the planet without first coming to understanding with the governor. In that respect, I am powerless. Negotiating at this level is a matter for the rogue traitor. Essentially true. Given in Calagos Winter's Scales penchant for attacking first and asking questions later, and the kind of thick-skulled thug usually installs as governors as is on his planets. Master of Job, I will hear for you now. Zyren Toller. A distorted voice by a Vox retranslator emerges from the tech priest's filter. Lord Commander, for the fools have set upon this noble warship, destroyed the repositories of hundreds of machine spirits. The great warp engine entrusted into my care is unharmed. Thank the Omnissiah, but its spirit mourns its dead brethren. We have not yet identified a prayer or protocol capable of as singing its sorrow and anger. With great sorrow, I must also report that the Engineer Prime, overseer and spiritual authority of all tech priests on board, fell in battle. The Margos were betrayed by the little flesh that remained part of him, a most terrible loss. There is no one amongst my comrades aboard whose experience and comprehension of sacred protocols equal to that of the fallen Margos. We require a replacement as soon as possible. Who will someone care to translate the esteemed? Well, they need. I already knew what she meant, but ship's most senior tech priest, most senior above in rank and in experience, is dead. If we do not find a replacement, we will be unable to resolve the problem with the warp engines. Master Helmsman, drive your status report. Right, you Lord Captain. Cut a long story short, the overlook is bleak. The ship sounds more or less, but without an engineer, prime, and navigator, we'll fall in battle. We have no. We're falling back. We have no way out of the system. If we try to set as much as a toe inside the warp, I don't know what happened. What'll happen? Our warp drive being torn to pieces, or all of us melting into the bulkhead. Chip, if you will allow me to interject, we are arrived in the system. My crew followed standard protocols and conducted a count of all available communications channels in the region. One of them was a Navius Nobilensis, an ancient orbiting or noble mutated family whose genes allow them to safely guide warp-capable void ships through an. The station maintains complete Vox silence, but in its presence has inspired hope. To have located a navigator in the very same system is an incredible stroke of luck, a god blessing, a true blessing from the God Emperor. If I were you, I'd grab the chance with both hands, or else I'd soon be eyeing up asteroids to use as your residence. It's slightly less shitty news. We can go around and around the system till our heads are swimming, as long as the Prometheus and supply last. And if any thick-ass gonked shit lowlife comes sniffing around, we'll be able to take them out. So don't you worry on the score. Master of Ordnance, do you have anything to report? Master of Ordnance gives you a gloomy look. No, my job's simple. Maintain the armaments fire when I'm told. But you ask anyone. We've got not able crew. No, oh, Lord Commander, Lord Captain. The Master forgets. You forgive your Master of Ordnance. You forget yourself. Oh, so what? Comes the hostile. The officer's hostile and bitter reply. It is as if the dam has burst inside and all his pent-up emotions are rushing out of it. The ship's in ruins every second, and officers dead, and now we've got a green Lord Captain who's supposed to lead us out of the void there. Silence! The bridge, magnificent glass pales, seems to tremble under the force of Avalar's roar. Enforcer sees this mutineer. If only one officer out of the whole lot has fallen to pieces, then that's not bad at all. Your lordship, I do humbly apologize on behalf of the entire crew. What would you have us do? With the Master of Ordnance. The former Master of Ordnance, I should say. Besides, look, find a replacement that, but we already have one lined up. What do I want to do? Stand down. Release it. I have no intention of pushing a man for a moment of weakness, not after the terrible attack we've endured. Cease your shivering. You're a disgrace to yourself and your entire clan. Enough. This heresy is over. Let us remove. The Master of Ordnance stands up, wiping the blood from his broken nose. His face is a picture of shock. What just happened seems to dawning on him now, and the knowledge of the fate he has narrowly escaped. In summary, we have sustained serious losses in crew members, and we require a new engineer prime and navigator. Is that all? And this is all that is preventing us from continuing the voyage? Precisely, my lord. But bear in mind that this will not be at the end of our trials. The ship's system might be properly inspected for major damage, which can only be carried out at Footfall Station, home to the only dock bay in the sector. But we will never reach Footfall without first solving these 3 immediate problems. What can you tell me about the system in which we currently find ourselves in? I see thee, said they. The Vox Master on this point. Mistress Ptolemy? We are at Rankar star system. Rankad star system. And our voyage here undertaking an order of the Lord, your lordship's predecessor. There are 3 inhabited bodies in this system, and our attempts to send Vox messages have produced profound results. The Navius Nobilitas station has not simply failed to answer, it seems to be maintaining total Vox silence. However, we do receive a distress sign from a prison planetoid in the system. The Rancor man. This itself is also not responding to our hails, but what is most alarming is our Argus sensory technology that allows void ships to scan planets, spot enemies, and obtain various other kinds of crucial data. Has intercepted signals from the surface that seems to indicate ongoing hostilities on the planet. The situation is not very encouraging, but without a navigator, a tech priest, and your crewmates, we won't be able to travel anywhere. Therefore, we must go to the planet and the Navius Nobilis station and find out what in the void is going on. Thank you all for your report. Dismissed. The assembled officers salute you at once. Maybe I should just kill that man. Your lordship, there's still one other thing. A confidential matter of the utmost importance. Lady Theodora... Avalor's hesitates. Your eternally eminent predecessor brought the ship here, to this system for a reason. He was given a secret commission. You perhaps are wondering who has the authority to commission a Lord Traitor to do anything, and I shall tell you. The Lord Inquisitor, the hand of the Emperor, the chief architect of his will in the Corvinus Expanse. I came across a strange letter on Theodore's desk. It was signed XC. You're referring to the content of this note, I presume. You're quite right. XC. Xavier Calcesser. Calcazar. Lady Theodora was to seek out the Lord Inquisitor's right hand. One Heinrichs von Calix, an Inquisitor, an interrogator, you understand? All I know is that he is somewhere in the system, and we must find him and offer him whatever assistance he requires, and deliver him to Footfall. In the Herbergia system. Finding him without any more information to go on will be difficult indeed, but the Inquisitor is an important individual. The authority in the system either the Navius Nobilis or the governor of Rand Einor may know something. That is all That is all of it, your lordship. You have a great deal of work ahead of you, but it is a mere taste of the daily burdens of a rogue trade. Soon you must take up the reins of von Valencian Protectorate. Abelard gives you another scrutinizing look, as if trying to gauge how long you can hold out under this mountain of problems. His face softens slightly, and it seems he is able to offer some words of encouragement. Idrid, Sister Argestine, Argenta, explain yourself. The Sister of Ira grimly nods towards Idrid. The Psyker is suffering some ailment, a dark madness. She insists on seeing the rogue traitor. I judge that it will be unwise to leave her unsupervised. For a brief moment, Sister Augustine's voice sounds hesitant. I was also hoping to approach you with a personal request, but you can wait. Speak with me when you have time, rogue trader. Idris' glazed eyes rove around on these assembled. One word bursts from her lips. Daybreak. Idra, come to your senses. Damn it! Idra presses her fingers to her temple and with desperation, your lordship. Your lordship. Your lordship. There's the thing. I was trying to see the immediate future, and it hits me so hard my head is still spinning. Something very strange is hitting our ray, and I can't make out what it is, nor how hard I try. A single word is all I can make out. Daybreak. Or maybe it's dawn, and it's ringing like a echo, like a bear. But if it's daybreak, maybe. Why is it so dark? I cannot extract any information from value from a single word. Can you tell us anything else, Mistress Tellis? No, not yet anyways. The voices are going berserk, all shout at once. I cannot make sense of any of it. As soon as I know or sense anything, I report it, alright? Lord Commander, if you want me to take a closer look into the future, find me on the bridge and we can talk. Lady Theodora was well served by my whispers on many occasions, and I'm sure you will benefit from them as well. Psyker's bitten lips stretch into a wide and smile. If there is nothing else of value to report, I declare this briefing concluded. It is time to get to work. A lot of things I need to do. Thin, pale woman. It's like hair, but it's actually wiring. Stands out amongst the crew. Rest of the crew. There is a thick bulk of cables coming out of the back of her skull and disappearing under her ceremonial garb, and you can see the gaunt rat of a quietly humming box where her mouth should be. The woman then sees you and bows her head. How may I serve you, Lord Captain? Connect me to the vessel's main channel. I wish to bolster the morale of my crew. It is done, my lord. You addressed the crew with a rousing speech, and hear your voice roll through the ship, reaching even in the normally quiet corners of the vessel. When the broadcast ends, you hear distant shouts of approval. Your appearance is unique. You're a Voidborn, are you not? Don't you know, Lord Captain? Both of us were born in the cold vastness of space. But there is no two identical tales, just that there are no two identical stars. If you like, I will gladly tell you about the lives of the Voidborn. Oh god, I gotta read all this. Aboard the vessel. I'm getting the text to speech. I'm gonna stop the game for a bit. First save. Maybe that doesn't work. Let me just see if the see if Steam Workshop works on. Ah, shit. Oh. Oh. God, yeah, my throat is killing me. The more important dialogues I will read out loud, but with like informational driven. Where's the button for it? I didn't finish it, did I? Alright, when dialogue, press the play button next to the. Oh, there it is.
When you approach, Vigdis pulls away from fine-tuning another Vox and bows her head. Lord Captain, the ship informed me of our imminent meeting. Vigdis's Vox crackles with barely audible laughter. Don't you know, Lord Captain? Both of us were born in the cold vastness of space. But there are no two identical tales, just as to us, the groans, creaks, and murmurs of the ship sound the way babbling brooks and singing birds do to world dwellers. We hear the ship breathe, know what it is feeling and thinking. We are a part of the ship just like it is a part of us. We perform numerous functions, and there are many officers among our number. Some maintain order and prevent mutiny, others serve as shepherds and support the crew, and some devote themselves to mending the body and spirit of the vessel. Life has been quite generous to me, Lord Captain. I am the Vox Master, and only the best in the dynasty can become one. By virtue of my skills and position, no one has ever denied me anything. Our family claims a spacious section for its domain. I also enjoy long walks through the narrow and dimly lit corridors of the ship, listening to the sounds of her activity, falling asleep and waking up to the chanting of hymns, and admiring the stars beyond, of course. We look, speak, and move differently from the inhabitants of the planetary worlds. Our way of life, traditions, and quirks frighten these people just like the darkness of the cosmos. Many believe us to be the bringers of ill fortune, and alas, it is the Voidborn who get the blame for terrible warp phenomena during longer voyages. Webs of tiny wrinkles appear at the corners of Vigdis's eyes, the only hint that the Vox Master is smiling. The Voidborn seldom make friends, especially among the captain's entourage. But you see, many consider Idira to be different. I am different, too. We have spent plenty of time in each other's company, discussing regicide over a glass of amasec. Except Idira changed after one incident, and we started to drift apart. The death of Lord Captain Theodora made her withdraw even more. I do not know if Idira considers me her friend now, but we used to be very, very close. It is good I can still look after her, in my own way. Oh, I did once. And it was dreadful. It felt like the massive blue dome overhead could shatter at any moment and fall, and my bones would be crushed by the gravity. Vigdis twitches her shoulders, trying to ward off the flood of memories. The ship is my home, Lord Captain. And I would not trade it even for the bounty of 100 worlds. I am the ears and the voice of this void ship. I supervise several dozen officers and 3 times that number of support personnel. We receive, send, encrypt, and decode all incoming and outgoing messages through the ship's internal and external channels, and we also ensure clean communications and the optimal efficiency of the crew's voxcasters. If you ever want to know what worries and concerns your crew are harboring, what your subjects are whispering about in local networks after their watches, and what their leaders are clamoring about over shortwave vox transmissions, just come and see me. I will satisfy your curiosity. Forgive me, Lord Captain. I have no information that would be of interest to you at this moment. Reporting, everything is under control in my assigned area, Lord Captain.
Lord Captain? As you wish, Lord Captain. What would you like to know?
I used to be an officer in the Navis Imperialis. No, used to be is not quite right. It was not simply a job. It was my calling, the essence of my life. I was proud to serve Lord Captain Theodora, but in my heart and mind, I am still an officer of the Imperium.
I met Lord Captain Theodora on a mission where the Imperial Navy was providing reinforcement to the rogue trader's army on one of the frontier worlds. Our acquaintance was not easy. Working with people outside the Navy hierarchy has never been my strong suit. It was to my great surprise then, that after the mission's completion, I received a referral to leave my service in the Navy and join the rogue trader's personal council.
Un momento, please.
It was a difficult choice for me. But I saw in the offer a chance to serve the interests of humanity even more effectively than in the Navis Imperialis. You do not need me to tell you just how remarkable a person Lord Captain Theodora was. I recognized her at once as a true leader and formidable creative force. One who had built a protectorate amidst the dangers and wildness of the Expanse. You could say there was no one among the naval command who was willing to impede the wishes of the rogue trader. To do so would be to risk their own position and their relationship with Theodora. The Lord Captain possessed certain contacts in the Imperial Navy. Contacts which she used to request help during the conflict on the border world. And which enabled her to make me an offer that resulted in my joining her retinue. The Navis Imperialis is an ancient institution with its own mandates and muster lists. On occasion, in the heat of an official briefing or an informal discussion, I violated those rules, determined to press my point. It is challenging to choose the words to accurately express my opinion on a situation or the actions of others that do not sound overly scathing or confrontational. Many in command were inclined to view my manner of speaking as unbefitting a person of my rank. What? Lord Captain, any allegations of improper feelings or unsanctioned relations are utterly baseless and bordering on the insulting. Utterly baseless.
It's fine, old boy.
I am a widower. I am a father of 4, and if my information is not outdated, a grandfather of 11. My family lives on Dargonus. None of my children express any eagerness or aptitude for serving aboard ship, and I would hardly have insisted that they follow in my footsteps. Of course. A noble aspiration, Lord Captain. I am ready to acquaint you with all the particulars that interest you.
Outline the situation in the Coronis Expanse for me? What do I need to know to keep in mind?
This is a topic for an official briefing, not a casual conversation. But I will try to answer succinctly. And if you permit, in my own words, the Coronis Expanse is considerably removed from the heart of the Imperium. This means that local warp routes become useless within months. Established pathways are regularly subject to attacks from all kinds of rabble. And in the only major port, the Imperium's frigates find themselves moored alongside pirate vessels. Until recently, the Coronis Expanse could hardly have been called a region of the Imperium. The situation has changed with the arrival of the Lord Inquisitor, but not by much. This place operates under its own rules, you see. More radical, so to speak. But ones that allow for a non-standard approach where there is a promise of victory. The Coronis Expanse is considered rogue trader territory for a reason. Only rogue traders have sufficient military might, audacity, and the rights granted them by the warrant to survive the leap into the unexplored part of the Expanse, and in the event of a successful outcome, to hold on to whatever they manage to capture on the frontier.
Who are the major players? I need to be aware of who are the major players I need to be aware in the Coronis Expanse?
In the first instance, you should treat official representatives of the Imperium with respect. The Expanse may be on the fringes, but it still numbers among the territories of the Golden Throne. The arrival of the Lord Inquisitor has turned the Coronis Expanse into a less wild and uncontrolled region, to the regret of some individuals who had grown inured to the local lawlessness. Rogue traders such as yourself are also servants of the Imperium. They have been accorded special rights and powers. They wield immense authority within their territory, and they enjoy absolute respect in other parts of the Expanse. The most powerful of them are Kalagos Winterscale and Incendia Bastal Chorda. Tread carefully when dealing with either of them. If we are to speak of unclaimed territory, which is what Footfall is, among the scum that dwells on that handful of asteroids, there are 3 factions that wield considerable influence in the sector. The first is the Kazbala Commission, organized crime in its most primitive form. It holds sway over the Liege of Footfall and has links to rogue trader Winterscale. The second faction is an offshoot of our shining ecclesiarchy, followers of St. Drusus. They are actively building their forces and hold influence over rogue trader Chorda. And finally, The third faction, the Explorators, a wing of the Adeptus Mechanicus. They are willing to die and kill for the secrets of the ancient technological heresies that are hidden among the stars of the Coronis expanse.
Kunrad, our previous Master of Whispers. What can you tell me about his betrayal? What do you think he'll do next?
You know, Lord Captain, I am no admirer of fine art. But when we next find ourselves in a civilized port, with time to spare, I will promptly find an artist and commission a portrait of the individual to whom you refer, with a hole between the eyes. Conrad Voigtveer. That he committed his treachery and escaped with his life was an unforgivable oversight.
Abelard winces as though from toothache, and he makes no attempt to hide his feelings. You know, Lord Captain, I am no admirer of fine art, but when we next find ourselves in a civilized port with time to spare, I will promptly find an artist and commission a portrait of the individual to whom you refer with a hole between the eyes. Kunrad Voigtveer. That he committed his treachery and escaped with his life was an unforgivable oversight.
I will promptly. We both served Lord Captain Theodora for many years, and we never saw eye to eye. He was brash. He was never afraid of assuming responsibility, and he willingly took on difficult tasks. I am loath to admit it, but the Von Valancius Protectorate continues to reap the fruits of his labors to this day. His service always garnered my respect. But everything else about him made me want to wring the neck of that two-faced snake. If you are taking comfort in the thought that we will hear no more of Conrad, prepare to be disappointed. You thwarted his plans, his meticulously plotted and nurtured treachery. He is sure to attempt to strike at you, and he will use his contacts and knowledge of the Protectorate to do so. The only question, Lord Captain, is whether you will be able to anticipate his next steps. As you wish, Lord Captain. I thank you for the honor, but I must decline. As a former military officer, I believe in the importance of order in all things, including the chain of command. You are the Lord Captain, my direct superior. I am not prepared to address you in any way other than as regulation dictates. Lord Captain.
Rogue trader. I first came here when I found myself in need of passage from Footfall to a remote planet. But I imagine what interests you is not that first journey, but rather what brought me aboard prior to the cultist attack. That story is complicated. It just so happened that I made a mistake. In a moment of laxity, I was ambushed by the accursed followers of the archenemy. I was badly wounded. Lady Theodora came to my aid and brought me aboard her ship, where crew attended to me in my weakened state. It all happened not too long ago. I had barely recovered from my wounds when the cultists struck. Truly, the servants of evil know no rest. There is no place where we can be safe from their machinations. Sadly, they did not. Lady Theodora was in a hurry and chose not to stay on the planet. Her people took me to a ship while I was unconscious, and when I came to my senses, we were already flying away. How I pray to come face to face with those heretics once more. And it's bound to happen someday. It happens even to the best of us. My mistakes are my burden to bear. I'll find a way to atone for them. On one of the recently discovered planets in the Expanse, no one suspected that it had already been tainted by the filth of heresy. Had I known it beforehand, of course I would have been on my guard. The path to that planet was lost. All the knowledge is gone, along with the previous navigator. It would take immense effort and resources to rediscover the route. The heir to the von Valancius Protectorate must have plenty of other issues to deal with right now. Perhaps later, when the skies above our heads have cleared. I hadn't been here that long. Just one journey from Footfall, and the other journey, the majority of which I spent in the confines of the medbay. I can't tell you much about the first voyage. I was more focused on prayers and ruminations than on the people around me, or the journey itself. During the last journey, Seneschal Viserion stood out for me. He came by several times to ask about my health. He's an honorable man and a loyal servant of the Imperium. I think he is as meticulous in his inspections of the logistics systems as he is in his inquiries about the health of the occasional sister of battle aboard the ship. But not all of Theodora's people have earned my trust. You know who I'm talking about. There is no place for Adira Tlas among the God Emperor's faithful. I'm surprised she wasn't in league with the cultists. And I'm equally surprised by how deep heresy and treason run in this place. I'm glad we all made it through that dark hour. May the day that follows be bright. As you wish. I indeed have a request, Rogue Trader. The accursed servants of Chaos who assaulted this ship took the lives of your loyal crew members, and they orphaned many children, including the progeny of the brave officers who defended their posts until the bitter end. I don't know what customary practices there are for cases like this in von Valancius territory, but in the world I'm familiar with, the children of such brave souls could expect to receive some special consideration. Perhaps the Rogue Trader could meet with the orphans? I will pass on your instructions. Thank you for taking my request to heart.
Well then. I don't know I go right away.
The motley group of adolescents do not take their eyes off you, gazing at you as if you were a creature straight from a fairy tale. Our indefatigable sister has been keeping an eye on these pups. Abelard glances at the gathered children. It is hardly the Schola Progenium in here, but we have provided the orphans on our ship with adequate care and instruction. Argenta is standing to the side of the group. At your approach, she perks up and announces, her voice ringing, "Brave ones, the master of this ship has appeared before you, the one who guides it through the darkness of the universe by the Emperor's will. Greet your Lord Captain, the Rogue Trader of House von Valancius." You notice Infernus Master Heinrich Montag standing a few paces away from the orphans. He watches you with approval and bows respectfully when you meet his gaze. Not at all, your lordship. I'm just looking out for them. It's the Infernus way to help folks in trouble. It's our job, after all. So we chip in rations here and there and make sure nobody gives them a hard time. We take the older ones into the clan's care if they want. Many in the guild are not our family by blood, but by circumstance. The teenagers keep staring at you. A girl who has remained close to Argenta smiles uncertainly. A skinny pale lad tries to throw his shoulders back and stand at attention like a soldier. Only a few teenagers at the far end of the row seem sullen and not particularly impressed. One of the scowling visitors with a thin scar across his face tosses his head back and says bitterly, "So what? Why should we care? Our friends and parents died in their dozens for you noble lot, and you just give us speeches." Argenta quickly turns to the boy. A flurry of emotions flashes in her dark eyes like she wants both to calm him and scold him for his impudence. The boy smiles grimly. "It doesn't matter what we say, it won't bring our parents back. And it won't change our fates either. We'll keep slaving away on this ship until we drop and die like our folks. Or worse." You heard the rogue trader. His words carry the wisdom of the Imperium. It's hard to say whether or not your words have left an impression on the boy, but he nods slowly. Then he catches himself and gives you an awkward bow. Abelard gives a sign and servants immediately emerge carrying packaged treats with Von Valancius emblazoned on the wrappers. It appears that the Seneschal came prepared for any contingency.
What? Why are you throwing it like it's confetti?
Argenta rubs her temple pensively. She smiles and offers a few more words of encouragement, then leaves the bay.
Was that an abject failure? Damn it. Well, at least I didn't kill the children. Damn kids.
Greetings. About me. I am the Emperor's daughter and his servant. What else is there to tell about me?
Who is this? Oh. Now who's where? Boxmaster.
I come from the noble Sourback family of the capital world of Dargonis. I dare say that our house is renowned for its loyalty and strict adherence to the law, and the members of my family have been your faithful enforcers for centuries. I am honored to be the 6th Master-at-Arms named Sourback to serve on this ship. Jocasta speaks the words with unmistakable pride. Why are you here instead of basking in luxury on Dargonis? Because of my cousin Makarius. A furious crease appears between her brows. I cannot stand him, but the feeling is mutual. We can hardly be in the same room together, so I jumped at the opportunity to become your enforcer. I should thank my obnoxious cousin for nudging me toward the best decision of my life. I serve you with all my heart and wish for no other fate than this one. I inherited it from the previous master-at-arms. Like the esteemed Sanes Chal, he left the navy to serve Lady Theodora. He brought quite a few officers with him and established a tradition: upon the death or resignation of an enforcer, his or her armor would be passed on to a fellow officer who had distinguished themselves in the course of their duties. I was awarded armor in this way in my time, and upon the death of my predecessor, I inherited his personal armor. I would not dare form opinions about your lordship that would be unforgivably brazen of me. My duty is to serve, not to evaluate. I do not trust them, but I do not trust anyone. Mistress Ptolemy has too much power, and will surely be tempted to start deciding for herself what information to share with the crew on your behalf and what to withhold. Raver is closely intertwined with the ship's systems, which opens up plenty of opportunities for sabotage. He must be watched. As for Danrook, forgive me, but a man of his size and habits cannot help but steal. The Sanes Chal is a model of competence and fidelity, and all the officers and enforcers look up to him with gratitude. A grimace of fierce devotion takes hold of Sourback's face, before she abruptly grits her teeth and continues. It is all the more distressing to see that the years have not been kind to the deeply respected Master Worsrian. Soon, there will be no rejuvenate treatment that can save him from the mistakes inherent in such advanced age. But we are ever watchful, and will be there to steady the trembling hand of the honored veteran if need be. I am ready to answer any questions, Lord Captain. You can be sure of that. He was a fine enforcer, but suffered from the fatal flaw of trusting his associates. I myself lack that weakness and trust no one except you, Lord Captain. The vessel stands ready, Lord Captain.
A tall, middle-aged woman stares straight ahead, her eyes vacant as she rubs the implants in her temple. Her collar is undone and one of the clasps is on the verge of falling off. Sensing your presence, Idris turns her head towards you and offers you a crooked smile, even as her eyes look right through you.
What are you talking about, Lord Captain?
You're a Psyker. Psykers are only granted the right to live within the Emperor's blessing. Have you ever been to Terra?
Look, Lady Theodora couldn't care less if some eggheads measured my brains or not. It's not about the seal on your forehead, get it? It's about what's in your gut, if it's rotten or not. My gut's stronger than the adamantine on this here ship, and my implants are better than the ones they put in you on your Terra. If they weren't, I wouldn't have lived as long as I have.
I am also Psyker? Okay, let's see.
You could ask yourself that question, Lord Captain? Every Psyker feels their connection with the warp in their own way. One person might see spots and shadows out of the corner of their eye. Another feels fingers running down their spine. As for me, I've got a door in my head. One that's open just a crack. There's no way to close it, no matter how hard I try. I've just had to get used to the whispers from the other side. When I need to use it for work, I listen in more closely. But I usually just try not to notice it. Training, habit, and a little amasec and a couple other things you can get on the lower decks. If you put all those together, it makes things bearable. Sometimes I even wonder if I'm imagining half the voices I hear. You know, when life on board gets a little boring. Better than listening to the living, anyhow. Well, if the door opens, that means somebody's planning to come in, right? But screw them. They're not coming through. Trust me, I know how to keep my valuable head locked up tight.
Only losers who are afraid of their own gift lose control. Or idiots who never figure out what they are before it's too late. Or little kids who want to play around with their shiny new toy. If you don't know the limits of your abilities, or you're always bouncing around in your own head, that's a recipe for disaster. All right. That's what I'm here for, after all. So, I'm just going to lean on that door in my head a little more, prick up my ears, and listen to what the warp's got to say about you. If you'll allow it, I can listen right now. All right, let's hear what they're whispering about you.
All right, let's hear what they're whispering about you. Idira laughs, rubs her hands together and suddenly freezes with a vacant smile on her face, her head slightly tilted. You feel goosebumps appear on your skin, and your collar begins to waver ever so slightly, as if moved by a breeze from a half-open door.
Seek not on firm ground, but in a golden hall suspended in the void. There waits a child without kin, but with a name blind to truth. She draws the brush across the canvas and does not notice that her palette is full not of paint, but of blood. And with each smear, this well does not deplete, but fills and fills up to the brim. One thing is clear. When this vessel overflows, none will remain unstained. Among the blind men and false prophets, a red-robed sage seeks the answer to a question. He does not know that it is not the answer he must seek, but the question that will draw everything into focus. Will you help him, rogue trader? But mark that sometimes ignorance is sweeter than oblivion. A chained hound chases after glimmers of the aurora, but sparks in the scent of oil confound his nose. A chain trails after him. What will happen if you pick it up? Will you become his master, or merely another beast in the pack of his true lord? The glow of dawn bursts forth from its prison. Dungeon walls cannot contain the dark essence wallowing in the dust. A naive cub pushes his nose into a familiar hand, one that holds death in twisted glass. Cherish it or cast it off as a burden. The sword of change has already been raised. What is one more life to it? I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The voices are going wild. I can't make out a thing. I'll try to rein them in, somehow. But for now... Lyra, an outlying world in the Heathen Stars region. In the Coronis Expanse, the deeper you go, the less visible the Astronomicon gets, and the less people know about the Imperium. The arrival of a rogue trader is the best thing that can happen to a world like that. The very best. It's an out-of-the-way planetoid between two faint stars. On Lyra, a dozen local tyrants fight over 5 measly continents. But they use everything they can to win, from poison to Psykers. I haven't been there in many years, but there's nothing for me to miss. Trust me. Here on the ship is a different story altogether. I saw more wonders in my first year serving Lady von Valancius than I'd seen in my whole life on Lyra. Like my first journey through the warp, I was in bed for 3 days. I felt like supernovas were exploding in my head. I only found out later that I'd gotten off easy. Just through the bulkhead in the bay next to mine, a whole team turned into... Look at me rambling on, Lord Captain. Pay no attention. Of course, Lord Captain. Of course. Always...
Is this a one-shot weapon?
A bizarre fragment hung on a trophy board. The light, smooth surface of the object is dotted with dark spots and crumbling holes.
Oh, it doesn't look like a shark head.
Would you like to take a bath, your lordship?
Oh, not yet. I'm gonna go get my navigator.
The positions of the pieces on the board suggest that this game of regicide was interrupted. The winner was never determined. Greetings, your lordship. I can report that the choir is listening tirelessly to the Immaterium in the hope of picking up voices from the dynasty's ships or worlds. However, we have heard something horrifying instead. Amid the Immaterium's tumult, something is screaming. This scream is driving your choir mad. Until it stops, we have no hope of contacting any of the dynasty's worlds. It is coming from the Rykad system's astropathic station. We do not know, your lordship, but it has brought the Immaterium to a boil. It has always been a violent, roaring ocean that could spell doom to any who would consider stepping into its waters. Now, however, it has become a cradle of madness where expelled images fuse together, twisting and cackling, before crashing into the minds of all who perceive it. A mighty warp storm the likes of which I cannot recall rages in the Empyrean, and it fills me with terror. Indeed not, and we meet under lamentable circumstances. My name is Zachary Wise and I am proud to be the choir master of your ship's astropathic choir. The duty I perform is to keep you in contact with the expanse via astropathic messages sent through the warp by trained psychers. I humbly hope so, your lordship. Perhaps we will manage to send a call for aid to the von Valancius worlds or one of the dynasty's allies.
Ah.
Choirmaster Wise boarded the station in person and proceeded to the choir's hall. He stood silently for hours in front of a man frozen in ice, and held a telepathic conversation with him. Then Master Wise offered a prayer to the God Emperor, and the unfortunate man passed away. Upon returning to the ship, Wise reverently presented the Lord Captain with a grim trophy, the late choirmaster's amulet, taken from his frozen body after his death. Lord Captain, reporting, the heralds of the Navi's Nobilite continue to maintain Vox silence. Perhaps due to Urakvi being off-limits to visitors, we intercepted signals from the beacons drifting in the station's orbit. The demands are clear, we are told to turn the ship around immediately. We have also detected an accumulation of space debris near the station's docks. Presumably, it is the remains of interplanetary shuttles. Perhaps the esteemed Navi's Nobilite House requires aid, and therefore, cannot respond to our Vox transmission. Yes, Lord Captain. The Vox remains silent for a while, but then you hear Static and Victus's measured voice. The officers from the Augur crew performed a full scan of the station, but the information is imprecise. They note wave distortions of unclear genesis that are throwing off most of the readings. We were able to ascertain that the reactor core of the station is still active, but many compartments are unpowered and some fully depress Urist. The signs of biological activity are largely present in the central module, which means the station has not been abandoned. So, the question remains, why are the esteemed navigators' heralds ignoring us?
Contact the station again. I will negotiate personal.
The Vox relays the cadent sound of grinding gears and clicking tumblers. I am sorry, Lord Captain. The station does not reply even after an official greeting by a rogue trader and the declaration of your intent to negotiate in person.
Order the crew to commence docking with the station.
Affirmative, Lord Captain. We do not know what is happening at the station, so you will have to look for the esteemed navigators blind. Dock safely, and may the God Emperor light your path.
Actually, you need to use the restroom, so be right back. All right, let's do this.
Confess! What was the old man's last command? What are you planning?
Give up, Keeper. You have lost this battle. Again.
We're getting nowhere with these ones, sir. Permission to execute them.
What is going on? Why is there no voice? In the name of House Oath, I command thee to excuse the infidels. Step no further. Master, we have some strange guests at the station.
A tall man stops you with a gesture when you approach. Blood is trickling down the pearly scales of his weary face, and not just his own blood. Two jet-black unblinking eyes are watching your every move, and the third one, the mark of a navigator's fate, is menacingly pulsing behind the lowered lid in the middle of his forehead. Step back. Or I will unleash all the horrors of the Sea of Souls upon you. Emperor, be my witness.
This still, brother, it was the Emperor, the Emperor's will that brought me to this abhorrent grounds. No one has the right to intercept his will so freely, brother. But wait, I recognize your coat of arms. You must be the lord of the House of Valencia's dynasty. Yes, I am absolutely positive, in fact.
And since fate has brought such an important person into my abode, allow me to introduce myself. Before you stands Felix Christoph August, keeper of this station. So, you did not come to offer support to the traitors? This is great news. Having said that, you must understand that Urak V is a holy sanctum for House Orselio, and the path to it is only revealed to a select few. It pains me to say you are not on the guest list.
I am looking for Lord Inquisitor. There's Lord Inquisitor's interrogator. One Helix von Perks, and you know anything about his present location? The Lord Inquisitor's interrogator. I think I would know if such an individual came to pay a visit. Provide me with navigate and I'll depart. I will immediately depart the station. I do not think this is possible. Our Mach 5 is an observatory station. We do not sign contract and do not provide navigators. We delve into the depths of infinity and chart the movement of the warp storm and besides, you have chosen an what is happening on this station? Where did all these corpses come from? Betrayal. A more Balin thing in the life of Nobilis. Do you think I was stabbed in the back by my closest friend, Theoban, or still Lissu? Or the second keeper of Urak 5 and my mentor. Under the destruction, my own people sabotaged the generator, blew up the shuttles, and brutally massacred the loyal citizens of my mistress. Most unforgivingly, they dare to take her prisoner, greedy scum. I swear by the throne's light, this soul shall persist in the darkness of the void.
Felix falls silent for a few moments and then furiously slams the end of his staff into the floor. The madmen have captured Lady Kasha and are now torturing her upstairs while we are idly chatting down here. Help me rescue her or be gone, but waste no more of my precious time. Our idle chatter will not save Lady Kasha. But if you need to be sure of something before you can help, so be it. Regretfully, I am not allowed to discuss my mistress, whether with her retinue or the outsiders. She will tell you about herself personally if she feels like it, that is, assuming she survives. I am begging you not to waste any more of our precious time, for it is running out. The navigator irritably brushes away a strand of bloodied hair. Trust me, I should know. Everything happened too quickly, there were dozens of reports of accidents, victims, and failing systems, but the only precious thing aboard the station is Lady Kasha's life. Everything else is futile and can be easily replenished. I have already said Urak B is sacrosanct. It is the holy domain of the Navi's Nobilite, and it is forbidden for commoners from the world below. We had hoped to solve the crisis on our own, but when the situation spiraled out of control, we could not establish contact because the traitors had disabled our equipment. I would never ask you for such a favor under different circumstances, and yet, Felix takes his hand away from his rib cage, notices blood, and winces in pain. And yet Lady Kasha's well-being is above all. I haven't got many people left, and my wounds are too deep for me to act with precision and swiftness. But you may actually succeed. I have a phylactery containing the mistress's blood. It needs to be taken to the laboratory, which is located behind one of the reliquary doors. The most ancient of sacred mechanisms will help to rebuild the rod. The tech priest ceaselessly performed the rites of appeasement so that the machine spirit would serve the house in its time of need. The fateful hour is now upon us. You came to the station for a reason. House Orselio will not be able to help you until the current crisis is resolved, but if you aid us now, I promise we will reach an agreement that you will find satisfying, be it riches, influence, or the powers of our navigators.
So how am I supposed to power the elevator? The elevator's main cognition is situated in the guard room. Just enter the correct command sequence and the sacred mechanism will do the rest. If it is so simple, why don't you do it yourself? I never said the feature will be easy to accomplish. The path to the laboratory in the guard room is blocked by many same mad men who took over the station. They will not negotiate and are not afraid of displeasing the Navi's nobilities or incur the Emperor's wrath. They bow only to the brute strength and something which I currently happen to lack. Guess that makes sense.
So what have you decided, descendant of the von Valancius line?
The rogue trader's aid will cost House Ortis, but you shall rejoice, for your mistress will live.
Felix's reply sounds curt and tired. So be it. Hurry, the mistress's safety is all that matters. But should you fail, our arrangement is finished.
White. Bright, pure color. And it's all riddled with horrible veins that carry the poison of fear and pain throughout its body. Who are you? Why are you crying?
What do we have here?
If the witch is talking about the enemies of humanity who set upon this abode of noble navigators, then our weapons will soon dispel their wicked misery.
Whoops.
I'll make an example out of you! You dare cross the faithful?
Well, that's not what I wanted to hear.
Doubt is for the weak. It's a prayer.
Farewell.
Did I hurt myself by accident?
On it.
Weapon at the ready. Break their morale! My faith strengthens me. Stay vigilant. Mere pain won't stop me. It's as good as done.
Faith without decency none can escape the Emperor's judgment. I'll do it.
I'll make it happen.
Wait, did I hurt myself again?
Follow my lead.
A tactically sound approach.
Follow my lead. Weapon at the ready.
Eradicated.
But of course. Anything else?
Break their morale. My faith strengthens me. Stay vigilant.
Nothing.
Who, if not me? On it.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak.
High momentum.
I'm not interested.
Follow my lead.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
That is not the Emperor's will. I'll do it. Guided by faith! As the Emperor commands, none can escape the Emperor's judgment.
What is this foreboding? No can do.
I refuse. I'll make it happen. I'll see to it personally. I won't stand for it.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Follow my lead.
Injured! I'm enraged! I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury! I'll do it.
Well, that happened.
Doubt is for the weak.
That is not my destiny.
I'll make it happen. Another enemy down. Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
I better myself through my service.
Most of these
That's how it's
unfortunate
done.
souls took their own lives by slicing their guts wide open.
See? Right there.
I always keep my options open.
The crew continues to mourn Lady Theodora. I fear it may affect the performance of their duties in service of the Lord Captain.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Nothing escapes my sight.
Unlocked. I always get the job done.
Marching on.
I will lead us to fortune.
Sins hidden in the heart turn all to decay.
You hear screaming moves? Sir, are you alright? We can't hear anything. Oh, I see. You're on league with them. Is this insurgency? Yes. Indeed. Kill the traitor. I see. I know you're all traitors. Traitors, all of you. They told me. They whisper. Well, that happened.
Sometimes you consult the appropriate treatise on Tactica Imperialis and weigh every step. Sometimes, though, you just fire your biggest cannon and save the day.
A nice little stroll.
Agaya. For some reason, the archenemy's twisted influence has found its way into the station. Yuve has had his tongue cut off, just like the rest of the lesser servants of House Orcelio.
I always have a backup plan.
Unlocked.
Just as I planned.
Unlocked.
Success is the only outcome I accept. Is there money to be made?
The cognitor visual skin is covered with spikes and stained with dry blood. The buttons, switches, and levers are ripped out of the control panel and exceedingly crudely and spread across the sacred mechanism, and now spikes and hence.
The vox recording hisses for some time before you hear a voice. This is Officer A282, do you copy? Several generators overheated on the lower levels, chambers A to D are unpowered. The tech priest crew sent to investigate the problem is not responding. Requesting back, the officer's speech is interrupted by shouting and the recording abruptly ends. Officer H123 speaking. 200 servants have perished due to explosive decompression of the living quarters. We've located traces of mechanical interference. The preliminary cause is officer sabotage. Crews 5, 6, and 9 are cut off from the main compartment. We have enough oxygen for 20 minutes, may the Emperor save our souls. Senior station officers, this is the captain speaking. We attempted to contact the Winterscale Scion for help, but something is jamming the signal. We never received a reply and cannot be sure it was even sent in the first place. A rescue team is not coming. We are on our own, so remain vigilant. Anyone could be a traitor, you hear me? Anyone. If you are in doubt, shoot to kill. Report X880 originator, classified. Date, classified. The servants close to the child have started butchering one another again. An order came from above to have their remains reprocessed. Report X886 originator, classified. Date, classified. The negotiations with the Winterscales were a success. A new batch of servants will arrive in 10 moons. Escort them to the laboratory at once. It is imperative that we increase the new retainer's resistance to the child's powers. Report X891 originator, classified. Date, classified. Data expunged. The log is almost completely corrupted, but you managed to recover the latest entry, identity confirmed, Regent Eranto Orselio. Date of visit, classified. Reason for visit, classified. The yellow lights above the control panel flicker to life and a singular repeating message streams down the VID screen, warning. Damage in technical compartments A12, B3, D8, and H24 detected. Warning. Living quarters L10, L16, L28 depress Urist. Warning. Unable to access the station's docking system. Warning. Energy regulation system, unknown error. The station will transfer over to emergency power. Immediate evacuation of the facility is advised. Warning. Something buzzes in the cogitator's metallic gut. Several red lumens light up above the VID screen, required access level, security captain or above. Current access level, senior security officer. You easily bypass the restrictions imposed on the sacred machine. The cogitator's overloaded processors whir unhappily. Most of the encrypted data has been wiped. You find traces of the purge protocol. Recovery is impossible, but a list of the most recent commands, having been embedded in the machine spirit's consciousness, now flits across the screen in a single creeping line. Child elite epic flow to save access codinal station controls Dela T activate shuttle self-destruct purge command log. Exploring the archives for a while longer yields a surviving excerpt from the guard captain's report mentioning that the security system had recently been reconfigured without his knowledge. His comment reads, "Only the keepers of the station have access to the life support systems, but Keeper Theobald had not left the child's side, and neither had I. Could it be that?" Exploring the archives for a while longer yields a surviving excerpt from the guard captain's report mentioning that the security system had recently been reconfigured without his knowledge. His comment reads, "Only the keepers of the station have access to the life support systems, but Keeper Theobald had not left the child's side, and neither had I. Could it be that?" After a brief pause, the data appears on the VID screen. Felix Orselio. Location, Main Hall. Status, alive. Theobald Orselio. Location, Upper Chambers. Status, alive. Colomira or Celio. Location, upper chambers. Status, deceased. Alexius or Celio. Location, lower levels. Status, deceased. Rasmus Esteban or Celio. Location, unknown. Status, deceased.
Let us not dawdle. I always keep my options open.
Heresy has found its way into the walls of this esteemed house. It is a black day for the Navi's nobilite. Synthetic amniotic fluid pools across the floor. Barely discernible traces stretch to the side opposite the entrance. They all just lost their minds. Please, don't kill me. They all just lost their minds. Please, don't kill me.
Miscalculations are for commoners. I don't make mistakes. I make profitable learning experiences. Keep your wits about you. Oh, it's a peculiar thing. Rise to the top, or get left in the dust. This could be an opportunity. Always keep your eye on the prize. What do we have here? I always have a backup plan.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
Felix Orselio looks a little better. His tangled hair is now neatly braided, his wounds are tightly bandaged, and there is some healthy color under the scales on his cheeks. You dealt with the threat and powered the elevator, well done. I trust you brought the activation rod as well? Remember, every second of hesitation may cost my mistress her life. Idira suddenly cocks her head and drives her nails deep into her shoulder. Then she starts mumbling. The crossroads. There are two paths, both stained with blood, both leading to the accursed eye. They all wear masks, so poor and flimsy, they fall at the slightest touch, one hiding a blind man, another a traitor. My whisperers are giggling nastily, they will not speak, the naughty little things. They say that tearing off the masks is your concern. I cannot say. One is paved with blind faith, the other with hatred and treachery. Both lead to tragedy. You simply have to decide what kind of tragedy you like the most. Idira nods tiredly and glances at Felix out of the corner of her eye. Did you really think mere servants could plan a coup? The senior officers are just as guilty. Half of my guards butchered one another because they suspected treason. You meddled with something that should have been left alone. The keeper folds his arms and shakes his head disapprovingly. The child is what the station's servants call Lady Kasia, for the commoners' dirty mouths must not sully her name by uttering it. You see, it is not beneficial for all servants to have their vocal organs altered. Some prove to be more useful when they are still able to speak. As I'm sure you are aware, there were two keepers of the station. Your guess is absolutely correct. Theobald Orselio, the demented old man obsessed with Lady Kasia and her power. And also the one to blame for the woes that have befallen Urakvi and our noble line. I was lenient, this is true. And in the end I paid a steep price for it. Just look at the destruction around us. The insurgents have left almost nothing of my home. The keeper spits out the last few words with particular bitterness. Which means he did it before the report was filed. Or maybe after. Or, Felix's stern face twists in disgust. You dare suspect me of what happened? The one who is going out of his way to preserve what little there is still left? By the God Emperor, you will keep these slanderous accusations to yourself. Felix nods wearily. I suppose it is time to remove my mask. Congratulations, you've got me. But did you really expect me to be sincere this entire time? To welcome you with open arms, an ally of Tisiphone and her monster? The accursed child who has tormented the navigators of House Orselio for years? Don't make me laugh. You arrived to help her completely destroy our house. And I cannot let that happen. You do not. Felix hesitates for quite a while. In that case, accept my sincere apology. For the deception and my earlier behavior. I had no intention of making an enemy of Ivan Valancius heir nor of destroying the station that served as my home for many years. They left me no choice. You cannot even imagine what monster lurks in the upper chambers, an evil, a plague, a pestilence on our bloodline that seeks to destroy House Orselio from within. You do not understand. This is, Felix stops mid-sentence, makes a brief pause and then nods to himself. You are correct, this may work. It certainly is possible. Address your questions to Master Felix.
always keep my options open.
The pale figure with unnaturally long limbs covers her face with her hands, which are deformed with talon-like nails. Her deathly pale face is coated with blood that continually streams from her scarlet-misted eyes. Her spiny gills, slightly hidden under her disheveled hair, twitch nervously at your approach. Only now do you notice the third eye on the young woman's forehead, hidden by a jeweled ornament. And when your eyes meet, you sense overwhelming. Only now do you notice the third eye on the young woman's forehead, hidden by a jeweled ornament. And when your eyes meet, you sense overwhelming, soul-smothering power. As the otherworldly creature's gaze slides over you, your entire core shudders in terror. Flashes of past warp nightmares re-emerge from the shadows of your memory, and paralyze your will. You gasp for air in terror, drowning under a crashing wave of pain. You cannot catch your breath. Hot tears burn on your cheeks. Why is this happening? Why is it happening to you? Why do you feel so lonely and in so much pain? Do these feelings even belong to you? Idira emits something between a moan and a drawn-out whimper. Ow ow ow. As if my own little pals weren't bad enough, now this one's barging into my head. Somebody stop her.
Lady Cassia, I am here to help you. Please, calm down.
She wearily shakes her head and lets out a drawn-out sound similar to both a sob and the howl of a small wounded animal. What is happening? Was someone calling my name? Are all the betrayers dead already? And you, who are you? Unease settles over her features and she nods cautiously. Pardon my manners, Draciel. I did not expect to make such a gracious acquaintance in such a time of great sorrow for our house. What is this? I feel faint. The heavy-set old man, who has been kneeling nearby, erupts into low sobs. His eyes, swollen from crying, dart desperately around the room, as though the veil of ignorance has just been ripped away from them. The child, Lady Cassia, where are you? Sacred child? Throne preserved despite his venerable age, the navigator leaps up and rushes to the young woman's side. You, the old man shifts, revealing his face to you. It is threaded with jet-black veins, and his bulging, milky eyes bear a striking resemblance to those of a dead fish. A sickly sweet scent assaults your nostrils, as if the old man's flesh is rotting inside his decaying husk. My eyes fail me, for they are unable to make you out as either enemy or ally. I'm warning you, one wrong move will bring the wrath of House Orselio down upon your head. Watch out, Lord Captain. This one's so deranged it's making the whispers shriek like crazy. He might just open that eye of his. Threatening the head of the dynasty is a grave offense, esteemed, whoever you are. Abelard places a hand on his weapon.
At present, I am trying to determine what is happening on Iraq 5.
I'll grant that you do not look like pirates who have come coveting the riches of a wrecked station, or like scoundrels in Felix's service. So who are you?
Abril, introduce us.
His lordship rogue trader Draciel von Valancius, heir to the greatest protectorate in the Coronis Expanse and bearer of the sacred warrant of trade, extends his greetings. Another rogue trader in our corner of the galaxy? How interesting. Your kind always make an appearance in desperate times, ready to cut a deal that benefits one side alone. Another rogue trader in our corner of the galaxy? How interesting. Your kind always make an appearance in desperate times, ready to cut a deal that benefits one side alone. Given that you have not so far drawn your weapons, your intentions are probably peaceful. And so House Orselio now asks a service of you: save the life of the child in exchange for future cooperation. Do not hurry to answer, think on it. You can make yourself an ally or an enemy of our house today, you decide.
I want to know what happens between you and Claire.
Felix is my wayward student. He came to Urakbi as a callow youth. I personally mentored him and entrusted him with the care of the child. He was like a son to me, but he proved to be just another traitor. He sought to steal our most precious treasure, the heir of our house, our sacred child. To revel in power with others like him, casting our house into the abyss. To pervert the centuries-long traditions of our family. You can see the fruits of his villainy for yourself. He decided he was not bound by his duties to the legacy of the greatest of our Novators, Tisiphone Orselio, who led our house to prosperity for countless years. Foolish boy, the renegades clouded his mind. They sought to seize control of the dynasty before the sacred child had come of age and taken up the Novator's throne. So choose whose side you are on: a murderous traitor, or the lawful scion of a noble house. Theobald speaks these words softly, looking at the unconscious young woman with reverence. And you believe him? After everything he has done to the station? Felix only wishes to dispose of the heir and take the reins in his blood-stained hands. Do not besmirch Lady Cash's good name. The child is the holiest and most innocent creature on this entire station. Theobald dips his head in favor of the proposition. Allies are always welcome, even temporary ones. I will revive the child, do not be alarmed. The power of House Orselio's heir will help us to destroy our enemies and shield us from Felix Navigator forces. But you, rest for a time before the battle.
Alright, I can respect, so I'm just gonna pick something that I feel would be fun. More fellowship.
At this archetype rank, characters gain talents that grant passive bonuses and improvements.
One more perception this time. Go agility.
While this may be an alliance of convenience, we shall follow you.
Keep your wits about you. Your arrogance will be your downfall.
None of you shall survive!
Faith without... I'll do it. As the Emperor commands.
Huh.
Was it you? Or... I must not falter.
You die on me now.
Follow my lead!
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. I'll do it.
My place is at the fore. Victory is imminent. At your beck and call. Indeed.
I won't compromise my principles. I don't need luck. I have strategy. Who, if not me? On it. It's as good as done.
Onward! Moving out!
Weapon at the ready. Break them around. My faith strengthens me. Stay vigilant.
Cleanses the body.
Follow my lead. Follow my lead.
Weather the storm!
Doubt is for the weak.
My God.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. I will do my duty. Target well struck. Victory is imminent.
My gut tells me it's a bad idea. I won't stand for it. I won't compromise my principles.
Follow my lead.
Weapon at the ready. Break their morale!
I'll do it. The enemies of the Emperor will be undone! As the Emperor commands, I act. I refuse. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Momentum.
I must not falter.
I'll do it. Eradicated. As the Emperor commands, I act. Yes!
I'll see to it, Percy. You never stood a chance.
Now, this is your burden, child. Survive. Return to the fold of your house as your destiny demands.
No! Don't leave me alone in this violet-brown haze! Wake up! Your mistress is giving you an order! Do you hear me?
He was a fine seer of the warp. He fought for his mistress until the end.
Yeah, no. Enough's enough. I've had my fill of waterworks, thank you.
Forgive the urgency, but we should leave the station immediately. The station and the systems on the systems are unstable on the and may fail at any moment.
But this is my home. What are you going to do to me?
Lady Cassia, I am Draciel von Valancia, rogue trader of the Imperium of Marin. Offer you my protection and grant you shelter aboard my vessel.
I beg your pardon, but what about my servants? Your Act 5 is still full of people loyal to House Orselio.
All who can be saved will be given succor aboard my ship.
As a Lady Navigator of House Orselio, I accept your gracious offer of protection. Please, take me to your vessel. I can no longer bear the pain of this place.
Fate and fortune favor the bold. Let us not dawdle.
The corpses were mauled by a force far beyond any mortal capacity. The faces are twisted in pain and the hands are fused with improvised weapons, tools, scissors, and cutlery.
Is there money to be made?
Experience. Nothing matters more. Unexpected result.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
It is as if the painting was rendered by several different hands. The timid, uncertain lines are interlaced with rough and furious strokes, coming together in arcane shapes. While no one appears to be living in the cage, somebody still filled the trough with dried fruit and fresh water.
I always keep my options open.
The luxurious feast was left untouched. The Lady Navigator's private library is brimming with essays, novels, and personal accounts from the trailblazers and explorers of the Imperium.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
Keep your wits about you.
They all just lost their minds. Please, don't kill me.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
You are in the presence of House Orcelio.
Experience? Nothing matters more.
I always have a backup plan.
I need to use the restroom real quick.
Lord Captain, Lady Navigator, welcome aboard. The Sanctum Navis has been prepared for the communion ritual, but if the Lady Navigator wishes to rest in her quarters first. Your heart starts beating furiously, your breaths come short and choppy, and your fingertips tingle unpleasantly. You notice that Victus is shivering slightly, and the crew are glancing around in puzzlement, searching for the source of this sudden wave of unease. Without even looking at the Vox Master, Kasia waves her away. First, I wish to speak with the rogue trader. Leave us.
Oh, of course. When you are ready for the ritual, please let us know.
Kasia sweeps her pensive gaze over Victus, then, lowering her lashes slightly, turns to you.
What do you wish to speak for?
After a few seconds hesitation, Kasia lets out a small exhale, and then raises her pointed chin. I have not yet thanked you for saving me on the station. My thoughts were clouded with so much mournful ash when Theobald's heart stopped, but you acted honorably and did not exploit me in my wretched position. And for that I am immeasurably grateful. I am also deeply grateful that you saved my servants, especially my valet. You've served on the station for more than 5 years, much longer than any who preceded him. He knows how to properly attend to me during journeys through the Immaterium and what to serve me for breakfast. His presence envelopes me in a cloak of amber. But now, Kasia throws back her shoulders. I am ready to go to the Sanctum Navis and perform the sacred rite. I require brushes, canvas, and the best paints you have on board. But no red.
Why are you asking for these items? Now is not the time to talk. Tell me more of what the ritual entails.
I doubt the uninitiated could understand the mysteries of navigation, but I shall try to explain the essence of it. I must merge my mind and will with the machine spirit of the ship, so that I become one with the vessel. Kasia lifts a lock of hair from the back of her neck, revealing gilded implant ports. After that, I use the House Orselio ritual, which I am loath to reveal to you, to free my mind of all errant thoughts. And then it is time to open my third eye and peer into the depths of the warp itself. Among the nightmarish visions, mirages, and creatures of the abyss, only the light of the Emperor is the truth that will lead me from star to star, from system to system. Oh, the light, the guiding thread, so fine it can slip from one's grasp at any moment. Kasia unfurls her hand as though dropping something. But, you have nothing to worry about. The navigators of House Orselio never lose their course. You are asking questions the answers to which you cannot comprehend. Perhaps I may explain it all to you at a later time, but now our time is too precious to waste. As a navigator of House Orselio, I give you my word that without canvas and paint, we have little hope of a smooth journey through the warp. I have no reason to lie. Kasia gestures toward the servant standing beside her. You will give of his blood before the ritual. Kasia gestures toward the servant standing beside her. You will give of his blood before the ritual.
I shall ensure that the necessary
as
supplies
always.
are delivered to the Sanctum Navigatus.
Kasia nods in thanks. I shall take my leave of you for the duration of the rite. I ask that you do not follow me if you can survive the gaze of my warp eye when it is opened. Lord Captain, I will oversee the open channel between the Lady Navigator and the bridge. And may the Emperor's light help us all. The Voxcaster in the Sanctum Navis picks up the susurration of clothes, pious chanting, and the metallic clicking of implants. Then the serene voice of the Lady Navigator breaks the silence, initiating communion ritual. Come here, you've. The exultant ring of metal freed from its scabbard. The low sob of the servant. The rhythmic drip of liquid on canvas. The faint whisper of the brush. Go. Footsteps hurrying away. I see violet vortexes lashing an ocean with a million flails, and umber shadows spinning over the surface in a fiery dance, a storm rising above foaming waters. Armadas drowning in fog, the path from one end to another cannot be seen. And here, beyond the wall of glass, a daughter forsaken by her father yearns for her brother. And the sun's pale disk goes in tireless pursuit, of her? No, of me. Its frozen rays lie that spring is here. The light is deadened. The great ruler is gone. The Vox Master recoils at Kasia's words and accidentally snaps one of the cogitator levers. The panel beneath her fingers emits sparks, and the Voxcaster falls silent. She quickly flips a series of switches and bows guiltily. My abject apologies for cutting off the broadcast, Lord Captain. I have never heard the warp speaking through a navigator before. The connection is restored now. It will not happen again. Soul-shredding screams drown out the Vox transmission. The servants in the Sanctum Navis are howling and shrieking like wild beasts, moaning in pain, their throats raw from the strain. And then sudden silence. The dull thud of dropping bodies proclaims their fate. It appears the servants were part of the Lady Navigator's rite. As it was for her predecessor. I will arrange for the bodies to be removed from the Sanctum Navis after the ritual, or what is left of them. Rogue traitor, I fear I have unfortunate news. Endless blackness has spread across the canvas, dividing what should be whole in two, and my sight cannot glimpse the light of the Emperor as clearly as before. I cannot turn around, my brush only draws me onward. The way is blocked. You hear a heavy exhale, rustling fabric, and metallic clicking. By the Emperor's grace, the ritual was successful. Your vessel's temperament presented a challenge. Its cold steel grip did not allow me to breathe freely even for a second. It was as if the depths of the ship housed not only machine spirits, but something other. Now I will retreat to my chambers to recover my strength. Send for me if you have need of me. Lord Captain, congratulations on acquiring a navigator. Please spare me a few moments of your time, as there are several matters that require your attention. First of all, I wish to report on the condition of the station, Urak V. Had you opted to begin your visit to the Rykad system with a different destination, the station could have become critically unstable. Fortunately, the decision to immediately visit the representatives of the Navi's Nobilite bought us precious time. We can either focus our efforts on disassembling the station and procuring technological components for our own vessel, or attempt to save as many valuables as we can. With your permission, I would also like to remind you that we are still looking for an engine seer prime. Both the vessel and its machine spirits are in desperate need of oversight by an experienced tech priest. We are also missing some crew, and, much more importantly, we have not yet located Heinrichs van Calix, as it pleases you, Lord Captain. Lord Captain, there is some commotion on the officer's deck. The Lady Navigator has left her quarters and is currently in the wardroom, where uninitiated crew members are shunning her in terror. Perhaps you should find out what has brought Kasia to the deck.
And do this and then I'm gonna stop.
Lord Captain, my apologies. I did not notice your entrance. Oh, this. I found this fascinating read on one of the shelves, and I must say, it has caught my eye. Its every chapter is written in verse. I find it so beautiful and enrapturing. Urac 5 had a vast archive of its own, of course. Although most of the works within had to do with scholarly disciplines of some sort or another. Only in my sparse moments of respite was I allowed to escape into the pages of more embellished works. One should not underestimate the navigators of House Orselio, Lord Captain. Like a shawl of pale smoke, a faint malaise hangs upon my shoulders. But it will not be the slightest hindrance to my duty to humanity, and my duty to you. No, it is not that at all, Lord Captain. It is just that Uwe is quite capable of carrying out his duties by himself. He is well accustomed to my whims and preferences.
Cassandra cringes ever so slightly, adjusts to the adornment on her forehead, and awkwardly hides her clawed fingers in the folds of her clothes. The unnatural appearance of navigators often become a topic of gossip amongst lowly servants and officers alike. It is unsurprising, then, that Cassandra prefers the company of one who is used to how she looks.
I hope that you have had ample time to calm yourself and your powers.
There are people on this ship who are far more impulsive and dangerous to others, and far less devoted to the God Emperor than a herald of the Navis nobility. But I did not need your words to see the shades of umber unease that whirl around your subjects whenever I am near. Were I not acquainted with such a reaction, I could have found their behavior in your... Lord Captain, would you kindly explain to me why you are pestering me with these questions? Inquiring about my mood and my needs, showing an interest in the books I am enjoying. You are behaving as if you possessed a shred of fellow feeling for one such as... I beg your pardon, Lord Captain. That was no way for a navigator to conduct herself. Please forgive me. I cannot even understand myself right now. Your words and attention have reminded me of life on the station, of Theobald and Felek. I do not understand. They were merely the keepers of Urac 5. So why do memories of those two make me feel... At the same time, I find myself overwhelmed with new excitement and anticipation. At last, I have set foot outside my familiar walls, and into a world that I have only seen before in the pages of books. Your ship alone is a treasure trove of remarkable artifacts and curiosities. And just imagine the things that await beyond, but... My delight must seem childish to you, surely. In your heart, you must be finding all this quite amusing. Indeed. I did not know. That is to say, I could not have known, as it is the first time we are speaking in a circumstance so... private. My word, when I found this place, it was so full of officers. Why did they all leave? Or because my presence offends them. Then I must take my leave as well. I am due to inspect the Sanctum Navis after the communion ritual and prepare the chamber for the upcoming warp jump. Thank you for your...
She's cute, but I'm going for the goth girlfriend. Yes, I have the goth girlfriend in DLC. Alright. That is it for me for today. I'll be back tomorrow with other things. Depending on... I have to do a few chores, so I'll be back later. But later, if you can, thank you for... Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow with other things. I have to do a bunch of chores. But I will. Thank you for everything, and if you can, like and subscribe. Have a good morning, afternoon, night, whatever we're doing. And goodbye!